So I fear that what we're dealing with might be this. This is like, I'll be like, this video is extremely dense information wise. Wendell is incredibly smart. He's like Joe, where he knows way more than like the average person, but he doesn't work in like the industry anymore, and he does his own thing. And it's like, him and Joe are like, there's so many parallels between them. But this is a video that we're gonna watch here is extremely information dense, and I feel like it's what's happening with our computer right now that we're working on. So yeah, exactly. I can't hear a word you're saying. I have a video playing. What? Yeah, it's all the same. How does it taste terrible? It tastes normal to me. Yeah, it tastes fine.
It's probably nearly bug-free. This is a hardware issue that's creating this, and you can see that from this bulletin. This article suggests some BIOS changes and some clock changes that'll help users mitigate, and most of these changes are around power and clock settings. Okay, fine. Maybe motherboard manufacturers pushed things too far. Okay, maybe. We'll come back to that. But I've got some big databases here. Let's see if I can find this particular error, the OODLE error. How many decompression errors are there logged in their respective game databases for the past 90 days? Okay, the answer to that is 1,584. How many of those are Intel 13th or 14th generation decompression errors? 1,431. What's the next most high CPU with an error? It's an i7-9750H with just 11 instances of decompression failure. What about AMD CPUs? Maybe AMD, I only saw 4 entries from any AMD CPU, and you know, that's pretty awesome. Don't assume that that means that AMD CPUs are better. I mean, I think they are in this particular case. They're not experiencing these kinds of issues, but there could be way less AMD CPUs in this population. We don't know. Decided to check out those things and check out the distribution, and then there's handhelds to worry about. Almost all the handhelds are AMD CPUs. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Okay, so what's the breakdown? Because, you know, if we're only working with 5 players on AMD systems, like we need to know, right? Okay, the breakdown between Intel CPUs and AMD CPUs in the crash database was about 70-30 in favor of Intel, which suggests something about 70% of players are using Intel. 60% on NVIDIA, and the rest were among AMD and literally everything else. But this is also another instance where it's weird and misleading because, you know, this is game telemetry data from Windows, but sometimes this is actually game telemetry data from Linux. And this reporting tool reports GPUs grouped together in the Linux scenario differently than it does on Windows. And so you end up with some percentage of the 40% of users actually being Linux users that could be using an NVIDIA or an AMD CPU. So 60% really is the floor for NVIDIA GPUs in this scenario, which is weird. I know it doesn't matter for this video. I chose not to clean up the data for GPU distribution. I just wondered something about the population. So we get it, the data here is not super clean, not ideal, and this is also why I think this was flown under the radar a little bit. Fortunately, the rate of errors per unique player was also not super high. There was a small number of people, less than 200, that were suffering tremendously. Don't get me wrong. But like the PC World article, where they had to actually swap their CPUs, I think those 200 people actually would be better off just swapping their CPUs, just getting an RMA. No amount of microcode is going to help those users, I think. For the problem users, I used those as a springboard to look at what other errors their systems had logged, because they've logged a lot of them. And I saw a lot of I/O errors, so I/O errors, the game, these are NVMe errors, but the game doesn't log that. The telemetry tool doesn't look at system errors as a thing that we should log. It just says it can't retrieve a game asset, which is not super uncommon. Like an NVMe error is not really a super uncommon thing. And once again, the population of all systems that had any I/O error grouped by CPU, the percent of Intel 13900K and 14900K were definitely overrepresented. They had a much higher rate of errors in all errors for those CPUs versus any other CPU. It's very odd. The other reason I say that this is odd is because when we're talking about I/O and PCIe devices, those are a different clock domain on the CPU. Like, if every little overclock instability would result in file system corruption, you'd be reinstalling Windows a lot. And yeah, sure, a severe overclock can cause problems, but most of the time you're not going to corrupt your SSD from a bad overclock. If a gamer experienced 10 or more errors in the last 90 days, you could bet at least one of them was an I/O error of some type in the game where it couldn't retrieve an asset. At least in the filtered cohort of users experiencing 4 or more errors in 90 days. There were no I/O errors of this type from AMD systems at all in the last 90 days. There was, you know, maybe there aren't enough AMD systems. I mean, I really dug through both game companies' databases, and I only found 4 errors that could possibly be attributed to an I/O error or an I/O error in that sort of context. That's not really enough data, in my opinion, to make any sweeping conclusions, but this I/O error mostly does seem confined to people that are having real, earnest hardware errors. I decided to winnow the data down to people with at least 20 gigs of GPU memory next, because it's just not possible for either one of these games to need more than that much VRAM. Intel has also accepted that this error likely stems from instability specific to the problems we're talking about with 13th and 14th generation enthusiast CPUs, so you don't have to take my word for it that this error is probably not actually related to out of VRAM in these specific games. So selecting for everybody that had a 3090, 4090, 7900 XT, 7900 XTX, which was actually surprisingly difficult because the telemetry tool doesn't always record the correct GPU when you have more than one GPU, an iGPU plus everything else. The oldest error that I found was one from more than 6 months ago, which was logged and the dev team had spent a lot of time on, so it wasn't cycled out of the system. But one user had experienced about 2 crashes, or about 1 crash for every 2 hours of playtime. That seems like a lot.
That is a lot.
Find a cohort of players that play regularly and then grouping them by CPU and crash rate showed that at least for this game, AMD players had fewer crashes than 13900K and 14900K players per unit of playtime, at least when we take into account the crash rate, if the crash rate is consistent. And also the 12900K was shockingly better. The 12900K was about equivalent for AMD CPUs and about equivalent to everything that wasn't a 13th or 14th gen CPU, which is interesting. It's also interesting that you can't just check 13th gen CPUs in general, because some 13th gen CPUs are actually rebadged 12th gen CPUs, so you can't just say all 13th gen CPUs. You have to look at specific ones. So for this video, I tried to stick to just 13900K KSKF and 14900K KSKF. So in other words, just because it says it's Intel 13th gen on the box doesn't actually mean it's Intel 13th gen. I mean, that's true for the K series CPUs. It is what it says. But OEM processors and variants, like, it just depends. So based on this data and a lot of data that I'm not commenting on, I would think around 20 to 30% of players with one of those two CPUs have experienced at least one crash that can be attributed to the CPU or the motherboard during their lifetime of play. I think that the more that these CPUs are used, the rate of error is increasing over time. At least I spent a lot of time trying to find a smoking gun here that would look like that, and it seems like there's some data that fits that supposition. But the analysis of that is very hard because the data is not organized in a way to really be conducive to that kind of searching. For the players that play consistently, the number of errors that they are encountering with their systems are definitely increasing over time for those two CPUs. I can say that, at least. The intermittent problems, they're the worst to troubleshoot. It's like there's intermittent contact in the input polarizers. Did somebody stick an iron filing in the CPU vat? Is it some sort of contaminant? I don't know. It's a leathery, burnt bacon enigma wrapped in a mystery. Maybe the problem here is self-inflicted. I mean, that's certainly some of the messaging from Intel. Users are overclocking their system, or motherboard makers are overclocking the motherboard. That's got to be the source of the problem, right? Well, let's use our brain and think about counter-examples of that. Oh, look, on that quest, I did actually find something interesting. It turns out the 13900K and the 14900K do have a place in the data center. They're not just for gaming CPUs, they're also for gaming servers. And guess what? In the data center, most systems are deployed with a motherboard that is based around the W680 chipset. A W series chipset, not a Z series chipset. Z series chipsets for overclocking. Totally different motherboard, totally different power phase designs. Maybe Intel is just rebadging a Z series and they've been super lazy about it, but I don't think so because it's designed for Xeon. I mean, these are alternative motherboards for LGA 700.
Yeah, so
different than their death.
Right now, we're just getting error after error after error. On one of these sticks of RAM. But it's not the RAM. We know that. We tested all the RAM. Because one of the slots is bad. Reset your BIOS to, so these are the instructions that are recommended to reduce problems with the 13 and 14900K. So save your current settings into a profile so you can return to them later if you want to. Not going to do that because this guy never touched it. Reset your BIOS to default. and then go to the AI tweaker tab. And then we are going to... This is Chris. Okay. Then... This is Chris. So, like, what do you mean you don't, like, how are you using the internet? You have a cable plugged in, right? Okay, and what is that cable going to? Do you what I was going to say is, do you have another device you can plug in to see if you're getting internet out of it? Because I was, like, I ran speed tests on that thing all the way up to, I was getting 500 gigabit down on that, like, no problem. So I'm wondering if it's the port. Are you in, like, a dorm or something? Are you in, like, a dorm or something? Okay. And it's just an Ethernet port that's built into your wall? Okay. So when you have that cable plugged in and you look at the back of the computer, are there lights next to the Ethernet port? So where you plug the cable in, there should be an orange and a yellow light? So I'm talking about on the back where you plug in the Ethernet cable on the computer. So where you plug that Ethernet cable in, there should be 2 lights on that. So there should be, like, if you, like, look it up on your phone, there should be an orange, like, just Google Ethernet ports, and there should be an orange and a green light that should be on if it is actually receiving data. Okay, so then that means that it's not getting data from that port, like from the wall. Yeah. So what I would do is, this is gonna be really, really pain in the butt, but can you unplug the computer, take it to where your actual router is with your cable? Just plug the computer into power. Just make sure that the power switch on the power supply is turned on, and then plug in the Ethernet cable to the router and to the computer, and you should see lights. And if you do, that means that there's something wrong with the cabling in your wall. All right. And then if you're still having problems, you can bring it back down, and we can take a look at it and show you what it's supposed to look like. Alrighty, and then if you end up having a problem with the cabling in your wall, that's also something I can take a look at. Absolutely, have a good one. Bye. All right. I'm gonna for once I'm gonna listen to you, Rain Man. We're gonna update the BIOS first, and then we're gonna go through and we're gonna follow this guide on how to disable everything here. And this is ROG Maximus Z. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out 2 and 4, or 1 and 3. Z790 Hero. So let's get this. Get this. Is that working better for you, Mom? All right. The mouse working?
Yeah,
in Windows?
external one. Because I can't move the plugs from the back to the front because it's not long enough.
Okay.
So, it's external.
All right, so this update that we're gonna have came out like a month ago, and what it does is introduce the performance preferences with options for Intel default settings. So this is gonna have the settings set for what Intel wants this to be. Which is good. Alright, let's plug this in. We are going to remove some memory because we know that when we have all 4 sticks of RAM in here is when we start getting errors. So we're gonna like when we just have the 2, which is in slot here, when it's in this slot, so slot 1 and slot 3, we start getting errors when we're doing Prime 95 tests. So we're going to go ahead, take that out. We're going to update the BIOS. And then after we update the BIOS, we'll put all the memory back in there. We'll reset to defaults. We'll disable some of the AI enhancements. And then we will start doing mem tests again. I don't have to listen to anyone, Emily. I was choosing to listen to him in this situation because he said the right thing, which is update the BIOS, and then after you update the BIOS, disable a bunch of settings, and then do tests again. Yeah, he 100% said the right thing. All right. So let's go ahead, update the BIOS. And when I said Prime 95, I meant mem test. All right, so let's go ahead and update this. Oh, this is a pretty high-end board, so. Oh, mother?
desktop class counterparts. And so one might expect that the CPUs would behave differently on these much more conservative motherboards, because these motherboards are designed to operate well within the specifications of the CPU. So I set about gathering crash data from thousands of systems already deployed in the data center around the W series chipsets. And here's a screenshot of one of the systems that had crashed hard and rebooted. Notice a few things on this screenshot. One, the insanely conservative DDR5 memory speed. This may be a result of automatic crashing and the Asus BIOS backing off on memory speed. Two, Asus W680 chipset. Like I was saying, I've seen similar crash screens from the Supermicro W680 boards, which is the other game provider. They use Supermicro. One of them uses Asus. And the crash rate is pretty similar between these two. I mean, the reason these are used is because of the insanely high single-thread clock speed, and for game servers, it turns out it's actually useful. W680 was created to go along with motherboards designed for maximum stability. Neither Asus nor Supermicro motherboards really...
Okay, let me get you to a technician. Okay, hold on.
This is Chris. I can help you. Okay. So it's, you just think there's an actual problem with the actual main board? Okay. Okay. Yeah, usually it just takes a couple days. And so if I have to order parts, then obviously it takes a little bit longer, but like it just, if I don't have to order parts, then like I said, it just takes a couple days. Yes. I do micro-soldering. Yeah, if it's a problem that I have parts that I can replace. So. Yep.
support giving tons of extra power to the CPU or doing insane overclocking for things on a desktop. So I really don't think both Asus and Supermicro have colored really far outside the lines on this motherboard. And I really don't think Supermicro or Asus have just lazily copy-pasted the voltage settings from their desktop motherboards to these server-class motherboards. Fully 50% of the systems deployed for both companies with either one of these processors to within 1 percentage point are experiencing the same stability issues. Even disabling E-cores has not fully resolved the issue for one of these companies. The error rate also seems to be going up over time on the server side as well. Oh, and get this, it gets better. One of the companies is negotiating for another $100,000 of servers, and this time a line item popped up in the proposal from the provider. The Intel systems are more than $1,000 more expensive than their equivalent AMD counterparts, and they let me insert myself in the negotiation process. I was able to get on the phone and talk to the data center provider. Oh boy, they dropped a lot of interesting nuggets. The way that the sales work here is you buy a system and it gets deployed in the data center, but if there's an issue, it's a support contract that the owner of the system never actually really touches it, at least until it's time to be retired. So I asked, okay, why is the support cost on these Intel systems so much higher than it was for roughly the same systems that were bought in 2023? I mean, there's a couple minor hardware changes, but similar systems. And they said, and I quote, support incidents have been unusually high for that configuration. So recently we've had to update the BIOS, disable E-cores, or do CPU swaps to get the issues resolved. And we're not sure that the issues are fully resolved. So we are charging a support premium for those systems right now. Huh, isn't that interesting? $1,000 extra. It wasn't there 6 months ago. So I asked, is that normal? Have you had a lot of systems? Like, what's going on? And they said, we had really good luck with the 12900K based systems that we had, and we always had good luck with the Xeon, so something just isn't right with the 13900K and 14900K. We already replaced a lot of customer 13900K systems with 14900K systems, and the issues don't seem to be fully resolved. We've been steering customers towards 7950X systems instead. They're almost always faster anyway. Neat! When talking to one of the game developers about this, they said, I think I'm going to lose about $100,000 in lost players from their multiplayer server crashes. Yeah, if you were a game player, you'd be frustrated too. Makes sense. Well, this game's terrible. It just crashes all the time. And I get, there's a certain cohort of you watching this video out there that are going to say, oh, this is what you get for not going with Xeon. This wasn't a problem with 12th or 11th or 10th or 9th generation Intel desktop CPUs for this use case. Relatively high single core performance and relatively low cost, it makes sense for game servers. Even if you trade minor stability issues for the cost and the performance, but the stability trade-off for 13th to 14th generation, at least in these scenarios, at least for the last 6 months to a year, for them, I guess, has been terrible, or at least 6 months or so. I tried to prod them a little bit on what the data center was experiencing from, messaging from Intel and support, and they really didn't seem like they were getting much support beyond just, hey, here, have a tray of extra CPUs, swap CPUs, and hope for the best. It really doesn't add up, especially when you consider W680 and its more conservative power and clock targets. That got me to thinking, what is Intel telling large system integrators like Dell, HP, and Lenovo? So I reached out to contacts that I have inside of those companies, which required a little bit more intrigue on my part. And I'm not really sure that I got good intel from those companies, but the intel that I did get said that, well, you can expect between 10 and 25% of CPUs have a problem or are marginal in some way, and we're not really sure what the root issue is. Do they say clearly if it is a motherboard problem or an Intel CPU problem? The messaging seems to be that it's a little column A and a little column B, even for OEM systems, which also, like W680, tend to be a little more conservative in power and clock performance configurations, even when you're buying a K, not necessarily when you're buying a non-K. Based on what I saw from game telemetry and game server crash data, I'd say that 10 to 25% is much less than I would have guessed. I would have guessed that about half of these CPUs have some type of issue, with some clearly a lot worse than others. Is that attributable to power on time, or how much they've been used, or some overclock attempt? I don't know.
In terms of specifics and crashing, the two populations of systems were a little different. The one provider uses dual DIMM configurations, and that seemed to suffer a lot. The single DIMM configurations seemed to work a little better. 248 gig DIMMs versus 432 gig DIMMs, opt for 248 gig DIMMs every time. The most stable configuration for testing Y-Cruncher 24 hours at a time on the Linux side was definitely configuring a max multiplier of 53 and configuring the DDR5 speed to 4200 for the 4 DIMM configuration. 5200 was fine for single DIMM, but 4200, that's it. Technically, yes, the W680 does support XMP, but it's not recommended, especially in a game server context. So in order to find failures, we would use a combination of decompression tests for the Phoronix test suite with automation and Y-Cruncher, because Y-Cruncher is always pretty great. And a lot of the time the failures were just random. The core was random, everything else was random. There were a handful of machines that would have specific failures. We had one machine that when doing SNT testing, it would always fail at the SNT test, almost immediately, no matter what. Kind of wild. But mostly the failures were random. And sometimes Y-Cruncher would pass, but compress-7-zip and PTS would fail. It's very interesting. Oh, and in case you're wondering, one of the first things that I did in setting up both machines for both providers was to fully update the BIOS to whatever was current as of June 25th of 2024, which were quite a lot of BIOS updates, and that did help, but did not fully resolve the issues. In the end, DDR5 4200 and disabling E-cores were the most drastic things that positively impacted stability, but mostly disabling E-cores didn't have as much impact as making the memory run dog slow. One last thing I'll leave you with. On the Linux servers, because the way that one of the particular games works, it logs a number of game world ticks per second. And it turned out that I could use this to work backwards from crash events. Sometimes when a system crashes, the tick rate in the world would drop to about 50% of normal. And this, I couldn't attribute this to E-core problems, I couldn't attribute this to power problems. See, the power is actually logged at the socket by smart power strips in the data center, which is very useful. I couldn't figure out anything to correlate this to, like thermal monitoring, because we logged that,
There wasn't anything. Just every now and then the CPU gets miserably slow. And for up to a minute before an actual hard crash. And I don't have any explanation for that or a theory as to why that might be. For about half the systems that are working fine, there's no such slowdown happening that is unexplainable. If Intel knows what the root cause is, it could be that half of the CPUs that have the issue can be mitigated in software. Maybe that's it. So maybe that's, that leaves 25%, half of the half that are going to have to be physically replaced. I don't know, but the fact that we're still doing guesswork months after the fact is not ideal. I mean, the ambiguity here is the problem. Consider that when motherboard makers were caught juicing AMD CPUs to the point of catastrophic failure, AMD was quick to make a statement that anyone affected by this issue would be made whole. I really don't know that Intel has done the same in a clear and concise way. Like, you want to take care of your enthusiasts first, right? I mean, that's sort of the first and biggest killer of this situation. It's the uncertainty. Intel should step up with clear messaging that gamers and enthusiasts with these CPUs, with an affected CPU, will be made whole with a replacement CPU if that's what it comes to, if they're still experiencing issues after the updates are in. And the clock for getting updates in, almost out, in my opinion. Customers that are buying systems and CPUs by the thousands, they don't seem to all have the same message. I mean, they think the problem rate is going to be like maybe 10% if you're a smaller provider. Larger providers are being a number from what I can tell. W680 experiencing problems with a similar error rate as desktop, at least for the gaming stuff, is interesting because the W680 power targets are so much more conservative. Eventually, I think that the enterprise customers and the corporate customers that are involved, they're going to start comparing notes. And they're going to start leaking things to randos on the internet that make videos to try to get some relief or to try to get, more eyes on the problem, especially if some percentage of CPUs are going to end up having to be swapped and it's not able to be fixed in software or microcode or anything else. For this video, really what I want is to point out that we do in fact have the data. There's a lot of data from Steam games, and there's a lot of data from just games in general, game telemetry, crash data, Windows event logs. Yeah, it's a little prickly and rough around the edges, but you're not going to be able to just do select star from where CPU, from game problems where CPU is equal to 13900K and then just look at the data. Some of these crashes are because people are overclocking their system, but the data center error rate is alarmingly high from these CPUs, and there's got to be something to that. I will not in the least be surprised if there is a deeper issue with the power voltage, timing problem, and maybe the CPUs have degraded over time, some of them, to the point that they can't be salvaged. Like, that would not surprise me in the least at this point in time. Whereas, a month ago I might have said, it's probably just motherboards and microcode. It's not. I don't believe that that's the issue anymore. And what I found was interesting, and I think based on this video, that smarter people are going to do their homework and go digging and try to find stuff, and they'll probably find some really interesting stuff. And one of those level 1, this has just been some rambling on what I found, doing some analysis of game failure databases, and listening to some customers of Intel complain about things. A lot of things. Oh, and in case you're wondering, the game provider, they're going with AMD 7950X systems for their new game servers. They're being...
So, yeah, this is a larger problem that is going to affect a lot of things. So, 33. So, this is some recommendations from an official troubleshooting subreddit that I'm part of. It's not really official, but it's official. So update your BIOS on, this is a Z790 board. So you update your BIOS. You can save your current settings. You can return them later. Reset your BIOS, and then go to the AI Tweaker tab, which we don't have in this one. We have the Extreme Tweaker. And then you're going to disable multi-core enhancement. Yep, disable all, that's fine. Enable XMP. Which, where is it in here? I know it's on the front page, but I'm pretty sure it's in here as well. Main. here. So enabled. Whoo, that's not good. That's super high. And actually, before we go into that, I guess we'll talk about one thing. Yeah, there it is. This is what I was looking for. So there are a couple of them. So now, when you go in here, you get these messages where it says if you load these profile, it's set to 307 amps and 250. It's basically putting the power into the correct Intel states. What this is on by default, though, is extreme, where it's 400 amps, 320 watts. Like, just highly recommend for the time being switching this to performance until, like, if you have a 13900, 13700K, or a 13900K, 14900K, just pull those settings back as much as you can. 100%. So back to this. So enable XMP, set the SVID behavior to typical scenario. So let's see if we can find that. SVID behavior. We want to set this to typical scenario. You want to set short duration turbo power to 253. Oops, wrong button. So find this. Let's see if we can find it in here. Short duration package power limit. Extreme tweakers, Intel CPU power management. Yeah, that search is actually pretty good. Where is Intel? Short duration package power limit is set to auto. Alright, so we're going to set that to 253. And then long duration turbo power also is going to be 253. It looks like it's already set for that with these numbers under that, but we're going to set it for that regardless. Set core current limit to 307, which is... So it looks like the settings that they put in here for the performant default is what it should be set to according to Intel. So this performance thing is perfect according to that. So boot into Windows at this point and then you can test. So if you don't do the latest update, then it's fine. So we'll save changes. Yeah, the new BIOS update for this actually did quite a lot in getting these things set correctly. Let me go. We're going to find out. So we save those settings. We'll see if this thing boots up. Okay. All right. Cool. Now that we've done that, let's turn this off. I'm going to stick this memory back in here. And then we're going to run a mem test in BIOS and see how well that works. That would in theory be the best, because if it's included in there, that means it's not having to go through a USB header. It's not having to go through anything. It's just there and working. Let's go back in there. What I need to do, what? Test the memory, Emily? Because something's wrong with it. We gotta make sure it's working, Emily. All right, let's see what happens here. Wait, how much memory is this reading? Total memory 65,536. What? Let me hold on. Right, but I don't think it's 64 gigs. I don't remember. I'm trying to look up to see what I ordered for this guy. Yeah. What's going on? Mem test 86. I can't find this computer that I bought for this dude. All right, today. Full on mem test 86. No, not all of them have it. All right, so we'll let this run. It's gonna be super exciting to watch. Okay. Hey. This is how much longer? All right. I think what we'll do is we'll move this off to the side. I have another computer I need to work on and get out today. Try to be, Emily. Let's work on this. Chris, what do someone come not work watch of chat? What does that mean, Emily? What are you trying to actually ask me here? No. I have not, Emily. And I doubt I ever will. Hello? Doing alright, I'll be right up there. This thing weighs a ton. Right back. We're gonna unplug that. We're gonna let this run. Now I need to take a look at this other one. This thing weighs like maybe 60 pounds. Let's take a look at this other one. It's the exact same thing, so I don't have to update my text. Okay. Alright, we got another computer here. Similar problems. So, let's do same thing. Run some stressy tests. This one's got fancy light up cables though. It's the exact same problem. Literally the exact same problem. That's interesting. All right. We're going to do the same thing. Got a 6 terabyte drive. Nice. All right, Em. So we're actually going to hit, we're also going to hit the CPU on this one. Let's go. It's a hard drive, Emily. It's definitely not a solid state. Don't know yet. We'll look that up later. Obviously, I'll do that after I get done with this test. What's going on, Link?
Yes, come on.
Burn them all. This is Chris. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that was the only backup that was in Carbonite. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, if you want to get all those files off there, then I just have to wipe it and start again. Alrighty. Absolutely. Where's your scooter? You give me 50% off of the working hours? Oh, that's good. There you go. That's not bad. So this one specifically is crashing with COD. Not saying anything. Possibly, possibly. We'll test that next. But we're going to also check. Let's check this. You bought a used mountain bike. Ooh. BIOS date's a little over a year out of date, so we can update that. So this is, grab my flash drive. This is a gigabyte. Yeah, looks like it. Let's get some BIOS. Copy. Paste. Extract. Paste. Excuse me. Yeah, you should. Like, if you get hot, you can put air conditioning on, Emily. It's nice. All right. Restarto. Yeah, always have it on, Emily. You ask me this all the time. Well, I guess there's no new BIOS on this. We're good. Yes, Emily? All the time. Do you understand what all the time means? Okay, so I have it on all the time. Where are you going for vacation, Link? See if you can see anything in the event viewer. Alright, we're going to restart this. Immediately we're going to restart this thing. We're going to go do a hard drive check. Hard disk tools, diagnostic. Let's start with this one. It's a lot of testing today, I guess. Now we wait. Yep. See how this thing's doing. Yeah. That one's probably going to be fine. Hopefully it was just a power thing and it'll be more stable for him now. wonder if it's a that 6 terabyte drive is going to take forever to check. But I wonder if the 6 terabyte drive is starting to fail, and that's what all those errors were. Because there was a bunch of errors there. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm just gonna finish checking the hardware. It's the only game he plays, he says. Yeah, we'll stress test the GPU. I got stuff for that. It's just gonna take forever to check these drives, that's all. Yeah, so this is only, what we're testing now is only the 2 terabyte. I spell spaghetti. $74, Emily. SP what?
SpecVengeance.
Doesn't sound right, Mom. There's an H. Spaghetti. Is negative. You set your AC to negative 21. Like, that doesn't seem possible, Emily. Negative 21 is negative 5 degrees Fahrenheit. That is below freezing. $21 makes more sense. So that's 70. Yeah. Yeah, negative 21 is actual ice, Emily. Yes, that sounds more reasonable. I have to set it for here. I have it set for 75 plus giant fan. At my house, it's 74, like at all times. Because if we set it to 75, it runs up to 80 like that. And we have a new home, and it's wild. It gets so hot. 75 is 23, Emily. I have ceiling fans in every room as well. It's just, you know, it's super hot. Find something else. Discover. And we also have like super high humidity. Our humidity is between 80 and 90% every day. Funny that didn't go off. Did you guys hear it? Hey, what's going on, Joe? I was talking about you earlier. I was praising you. I was basically saying how much you were like. I've been watching videos from level 1 techs, and yeah, it's like how much you and Wendell remind me of each other. Yeah, he is. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, Joe. You know pretty much at least 7/10 of what he knows. I'm not saying you know as much as he knows. You know a lot. Like, very, very large amount. Like, your knowledge always impresses me every time you and I have a conversation. Yes. Because what we're thinking is that computer you were making fun of me for not running mem test in Windows. We updated the BIOS. We lowered all the power settings, and it hasn't been crashing anymore. So it's looking a lot better. Yes, Emily, I think you're smart about things. Doing this. You definitely know how to find games real cheap, Emily. You know a lot about video games, you know a lot about technology. I can't be trusted, huh? So that's his 6-7. Also was 6-7. I wonder if we had a restart. Yeah, that's what happened. There you go. Like I said, those, I think those are overkill. I mean, if you like them, you like them, though. Nice. That one passed. What is on this drive? My internet might get a little bit wonky here for a second. I mean, I used to. I did go to a Catholic school. Yeah, I'm not going to be helpful then. And it will. I mean, even like context actually affects Latin. Alright, we're gonna cancel this. If there's anything there. Yeah, I can't help you. Like, I used to be able to read it, but not much beyond that. Does Windows actually have developer mode? That's interesting. Hello. What's up? Yep, we watched it this morning on stream. Like I was saying, this computer that we were working on yesterday, 90% sure that's what the problem was. All right, well, we're gonna let's launch COD and see what happens. I like this. This is Chris. I can help you. Sure. Do you already have the battery? Okay. Yeah, so yeah, just as long as you have the battery and it's the correct one and everything, then like just to install it would be $50. Yeah, you can just come in whenever. I will be leaving today for the day at 2:30, but then I'll be open 9 to 1 tomorrow and regular hours on Monday. Yep. Alrighty. Perfect. Yeah, we're going. I gotta take 2 dogs to the vet today. It's time for their yearly shots and appointment. So did that just crash? Yeah, it worked. Well, it kind of worked. And the reason I say the reason I say that it kind of worked is because I didn't realize my my modem was half unplugged. This one is not. So I have 2 on my desk right now. I have this one, and then I have this one. This one is a 13900K. This is an AM5. Is there a is there a stress test in this? Yep. Yeah. I knew there used to be a benchmark. There we go. Lucky guess. All right, let's see what we got here. Let this thing benchmarks. Yeah, I actually enjoyed that video as well. I agree. And I think Wendell knows more than he divulged as well. Yep. Yeah, they are. No, Emily, I don't. It won't let me benchmark now? What the heck? Just do a drop down on that. What? No, Emily, I don't have this game. Why won't this let me run this benchmark again? What is this? Emily, I don't care about Call of Duty. And just because you own a game doesn't mean I should own a game. Not my thing. I used to play way back in the day, Emily. Still confused why this thing won't run. Yeah, like the thing that did it for me was the teleporting, where you could walk through walls and stuff. Like, no thanks. Hey, it's Clay. Hey, it's Chris over the computer shop. All right, I've been stress testing this thing for about a day now, and I haven't had any crashes. What all do you normally have running with COD? You're not doing like any OBS recording or anything like that? Okay. Yeah, so like even going through the error logs, one of your hard drives is generating an error, but it's not like failing, because I tested both of the hard drives. It's just, there's something up with it, with the way that it's just being read by the system, which is kind of weird. But other than that, like I said, I haven't really come across anything that's a problem at this point. Have you reinstalled COD entirely? So that would probably be the next step. So one of the things I just did is I cleared the Windows error logs, because you had error logs going back like 2 years, so it's hard to like pinpoint when problems started. Now that the error log is cleared, if you start having problems again, it'll show up in there, and then you can just bring that back to me, and then I can look at it directly and say, hey, it looks like this is what the problem might be. Because like I even ran the benchmark in Call of Duty multiple times, didn't crash once. Right. So if it starts happening again, the I'm sorry, my brain just, I'm reading something, and all I'm doing is just try and see if I can isolate something else that it could possibly be. I ran a benchmark on the GPU came back fine. Ran a benchmark and does like a stress test on the RAM and the CPU separately, both came back fine. All your hard drives came back fine. Yeah, most people are just saying it could be a setting issue in COD that was updated with an update that is now causing like a frame rate issue. So you can try resetting your settings and then kind of work them back up and see if it starts crashing again. Yeah, I mean, because like as far as like the physical hardware, there's nothing wrong with it. Like even putting like a huge load on the system where I'm testing the CPU, the memory, and the GPU all at the same time, system handled it no problem. Temperature stayed stable. No, power supply's coming back fine. And like it's a Seasonic power supply. The Seasonic puts a lot of work into making sure their stuff is like super duper solid. The other thing to do is I'm gonna disable everything that starts up with the computer, and then as you need stuff, it'll automatically launch. So that just gets rid of the possibility of something loading up with the PC that's causing an issue. So I'm just trying to eliminate, like, it's looking like it's a software issue more than a hardware issue. Right. So the thing with GoXLR, their app is like hit and miss. Sometimes it can cause problems, other times none. I haven't seen anything specifically with Call of Duty and that. but I have seen issues with the BattleNet launcher and Go XLR in the past. I'm closed on Sundays, yes, but I am here. I am here on Saturdays from 9 to 1. That's fine. And then what I'll do is I try and avoid like messing with people's actual accounts and whatnot when it comes to like games, because I will 100% kill your MMR. So like I just do like I'll run a private match for an extended period of time with bots and whatnot, or like one of the training ones, and just let it run and just sit there and see if something happens. Because like I said, I ran the benchmark back to back to back and didn't have a single problem once. Yeah, see if that happens. And then the other thing is, like, before you do that, try resetting the graphic settings back to like just the defaults. Run it, and if it doesn't crash, then you know that it's one of the settings related to something, and then you can start slowly working them up to where they were, and then as soon as you get to a point where it starts crashing again, you can isolate, hey, this specific setting is what's causing it. Yeah, man, you have a good one. Bye. And that's a good tip that I'd give to anybody, like, honestly, if like your game has been working fine for the longest time, and then suddenly it stops functioning correctly after like an update or something, make a note of all your settings, reset your settings back to default, and then slowly work each setting back up to where it was previously until you can find whatever setting is causing the issue. I got it. The hell is this? I went to the store. This is Chris. Okay. Yeah, that happens, yeah. Yeah, I can clean it up. You just bring it in, leave it with me, and we get it cleaned up. I will not be open this afternoon. I will be open normal hours tomorrow, and then Monday. So I'm here from 9 to 1 tomorrow. Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah. Yeah, and then we can, like, do you have antivirus on there? Sure, right. I sell malware bytes now. I sell malware bytes now. So, like, I can get malware bytes put on there and whatnot. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can work on all that for you. Alrighty, have a good one. Bye. So he says it's about roughly 15 minutes. That is sad. They don't let you shoot the bird. Oh, yes, it will. That's funny. Who's Peter? This bird, I swear. I'm not about to get into multiplayer mode. I'm not gonna do that with this. With this. But technically, this is multiplayer. Ha, ha. I'm turning. I'm turning. I really need to bring in one of my 4K monitors for here, so I can start doing like straight up 4K tests. Because I'm wondering if it's something to do with the resolution, because this is only 1080. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this run for a minute. we have no customers invites here. The appointment's at 3. I was planning on leaving at 2:30, but I'll just leave at 2. Yeah, so this thing not crashing at all. Correct. That's the story of our lives, isn't it? As technicians. There we go. Careful, Mom. Jeez. That sucks. Well, make it fit. Oh, okay.
I have no idea. Like I said, I don't really do anything with phones. How's this bad boy running? How long does this take? Because this seems to be taking forever. It's on pass 2. And it's been running for what, 3 hours? There are no next steps. It's not crashing anymore. So we're gonna let this run. I'm gonna leave here in half an hour, so. And this thing still hasn't crashed. What? Okay. The most boring things. Where the heck did I navigation go? Wish there was a way to like spectate. Right. Hello? Can I help you with? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he says that after 15 minutes in game, it crashes. We're seeing if that happens. And it hasn't. Alright, that is also a thing. Yeah, I had a breakfast sandwich this morning, Emily. My stomach was a little upset. Uh, 14 minutes, Emily. I will not. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm actively doing. As you can see, I'm 100% not playing video games. We're gonna be gone the rest of the day, Emily. That's what happens when someone leaves. They're gone. Hey, guess you quick barber, please. Thank you. Hey Barbie, it's Chris. Laura asked me to give you a call. The printer? Mm-hmm. That's fine. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'll have to look at it later. I'm actually leaving. So, yeah, I'll take a look at it. Like, you guys aren't working over the weekend, so I'll probably look at it tomorrow. Alrighty. Yep. Bye. It's about a printer, Emily. You heard it.
Okay, let me get you to a technician. Let me through, okay?
This is Chris. I can help you. Okay. It should be like $100 plus the Ethernet jack. I should be able to replace the Ethernet jack, but you just have to order it. Yep, you can just bring it. Today I'm leaving in about 8 minutes, but the rest of the time I'm here 9 to 1 on Saturdays and 9 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Bye. Yeah, they're fine. They're just getting their yearly checkup. Usually when they get shots, they get Chick-fil-A. Yeah. They don't get the bread. They just get the chicken. And it's grilled. We cleared. We're not shoving fried, like, chicken down their throats. Though they would eat that, you know. I just got an email. My wife is buying dog toys right now. She can't. You just spend $60 though. Are you listening around? Yeah, of course they are. Absolutely. So tell me what you one of mine sleeps in the bed with me every night now. Not Levy BB. Biggest dog that I have sleeps in the bed with me. The other ones, you know, they don't know how to just chill. Gonna go see Jimmy Eat World in concert. Excited about that. Yep, my wife. All right, guys, I'm heading out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out.